Greetings, convicts. We're about to have an event. It should take a little bit longer. I went back to the base immediately after announced. Just looking at my pipeline here, it looks so good, honestly. I gotta give it to. The main reason so I play this game. I have 4 playthroughs on this game. It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean they were long playthroughs, but it's 4 times, including this one. Well, 3 times
Rupture's
before
eruption
this
has
one.
started. Prepare for impact.
3 times before this one, where
Extreme temperature detected.
good thing she warned me, otherwise I would go outside immediately. 3 times before this one, where I tried to make a base multiple times, as a matter of fact, and came out unhappy with the result. So, and there is even another instance where I made a base just to demonstrate a loop and as a way to explain the pull system. But the loop is interesting. Like, you make a loop of rails, right? Then every station you connect both input and output to that loop. And that means that if you have made all the previous components of something, you can make that something anywhere in the loop. You don't have to
Planetary
pay attention
temperature
to where
returning
stuff
to
is coming
normal.
from. Now, that's technically not precisely true, because you can log jam the loop. And one way to avoid the log jam that I'm starting to realize is to limit the input. For example, I think it's particularly important when you add a new thing. Right. So when you add a new thing, immediately everything, unless things were still moving along, right? Everything starts sending 100 items they had in their output buffers, and that's for that doesn't even count like storages that have even higher capacity. Okay. Which base core is this? That's fine, which means it's that. Oh, it's that one, huh? Yeah, unless I didn't notice last time, these things I just added, which are working because that core is working, so it's only like this part is causing that core to overheat, but it's working because that core has dealt with it, right? It's kind of funny, honestly. Right. So what did I add? I added two V2s. Oh, these are V1s. I thought it was V1s. Okay, two V1s, one V2 storage. Ah, yes, they are V1. Two cargo receivers, one assembler. How much does the assembler increase? Assembler 150. Okay, the assembler is expensive as. But it's not just this one I just added, right? Because I added five of them here. Then I added five of them here. And then I added another one of them there. That was the last row. And it's truly the last row because you can see that it's over by 35. It's over by 35. So this, yeah, we need synthetic resin and we need lens. No, work electromagnetic coil. I thought I needed lens for this. Oh, because, okay, I confused this. So that magnetic coil is fine. I'm surprised it has 36 here, to be honest. Oh, because I cannot make anything with it. That's right. Like, I'm not satisfying. I'm just making the pressure tanks. I'm not right now, of course. Because the pressure tanks are on the overheated part. That base being off, that's terrible for me. Like, it stopped applicators, which means it stopped lens. It stopped hardening agent altogether. So stopped hardening agent, that means stopped synthetic resin, that means stopped lens. It stopped glass, which also stops lens. It's a big deal that being off. I'm even surprised this is still producing. Something arrived. So one thing I did was restrict the cargo dispatcher. Instead of waiting 100 items to send, it's waiting 10 items to send. Which is important because this thing here is slow. Alright. Yeah, so let's talk about that for a little bit. And by that I mean this thing here. So lens, not like a ton of it, like one compounder making lens, just one. 5 per minute. So it's not only making lens, but it's very slow at it. Goes over and over and over. So let's get some stuff out of the way, right? Glass here, glass here. There's another one which is collapsed right now. So if we look at glass, we need 170 per minute. I think I can do 240 with presently, and that includes making other stuff. I mean, I'm exporting glass to two places. The new hardening agent base, which also produces the lens, and the landing. I'm not sure what glass is used for. I mean, yeah, glass crafts applicators, intermediate building material. That's why I'm importing it. Dome, which is not something that is in the game right now. Heat resistant shield and lens. So not a lot really, right? So the applicator, which has some applications, pun intended. The heat resistant shield, I'm curious about this. Makes impellers, nozzles, pressure tanks, and satellite bodies. Satellite bodies are not in the game, but impellers, impellers. Does impeller use nozzle? I think it does. I want to say it does, but I'm not sure. And pressure tank. And all in large quantities, like it's 2 for impeller, 2 for nozzle, and 5 for pressure tank. Hmm. I do have a decent amount of this. It's not particularly difficult to craft. So glass is fine, right? If you look at this, and for lens, there is the hardening agent, right? Of course. But synthetic resin also use hardening agent. So yeah, it's a big deal, synthetic resin. Another issue here, like um, so the hardening agent uses sulfuric acid. So we need sulfuric acid here. We need sulfuric acid here. We need sulfuric acid here because it's used on the synthetic resin. And it's decent amounts, 460, almost a V3 line of sulfuric acid. It's hard to produce that fast because the requirements on chemicals to produce, well, first off, um, you need double sulfur of what you produce, right? Um, each building, each sulfur extractor, no, sorry, each deposit is 240 for sulfur. The sulfuric acid, it needs twice as much sulfur as it's being produced. So if I need 460 here, means I need 920 sulfur ore. At 480 per second, the number of refineries we need is, that down there is absolutely obnoxious. So the amount of refineries, right? The amount of refineries. I need 4 refineries to make the sulfur ore. The other stuff is made on the compounder. Beyond that, right? So to make 240 sulfuric acids, no, to make 120, so one refinery. To make 120, one refinery. That one refinery is going to request 240 sulfur ore, right? So one sulfur deposit. The number of sulfur deposits doesn't matter. There are plenty on the map. You can make a base just to get sulfur ore. Like even at helium, I have 4 nodes producing sulfur ore, and there are 5 nodes I could be getting acid from just to export, which is what I do with half of the sulfur ore I have there already. As a matter of fact, I now think that what that base should have done, well, there are 2 things it could have done. It could be just refineries for the sulfuric acid, not produce calcium sheets, calcite sheets, or chemicals. Or it could be just exporting sulfur ore to places that need that. But so for one refinery requires a whole sulfur ore deposit and it requires 120 chemicals, right? 120 chemicals, gonna need 60 synthetic silicon per second, per minute. It's gonna require a good amount of wolfram powder. Don't remember the exact amount, but yeah. And then 60 helium. Helium is fine. Helium produces 60 per deposit. I think only pressurized helium uses a lot of it. I think for the most part, helium is slightly used. So glass is 1 for 1. So if you have 240 glass, then yeah, you have 240 helium, a full deposit, so on and so forth. And then just like make chemicals, calcite sheets elsewhere. In theory, the problem is so chemicals and sulfuric acid. This is 1 for 1. That's fine, right? Sulfur ore is double, which is one reason to have the refineries on the place where the sulfur ore is, because it saves on one of the things that has to be produced a lot. So to produce 240 sulfuric acid or V2 I'm gonna need 2 sulfur deposits. The chemicals, it's okay-ish. I'm gonna have to get as much chemicals as I'm making sulfuric acid. So if I'm exporting 240, I need to get 240. It's the calcite sheets that sucks, to put it bluntly. Oh, the calcite sheet is not sulfuric acid, sorry. So yes, this calcite sheet is just for the synthetic resin. Yeah. So basically, what I'm thinking of, let me expand and I collapse and expand a few things here. So this is one thing I was looking at lens. So I have synthetic silicon here, 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 and here. Um, and this is, again, this is one lens, specifically one lens compounder. 5 per minute, 5 per minute, 5 lenses per minute. At 5 lenses per minute, I need 290 synthetic silicon per minute. Uh, that's hilarious. So I aimed at making hardening agent because hardening agent is like double used. It's used for the lens. It's used for the synthetic resin, which also used for the lens. It's not a lot, so it's easy to export, right? And by not a lot is relative, right? Of course. So 5 lenses per minute, that means 120 hardening agent per minute. But hardening agent was hard to make. It's hard to make. Like that base, Weevil, that's a that's a big base. That's a big base. So what I was wondering is the last one. Can I improve on this? Like synthetic silicon is appearing over and over and over. So, for example, for the sulfuric acid factory, I need the sulfur ore, fine, and I need the chemicals, a lot of them. I need a lot of wolfram powder for it, and I need some helium for it. Wolfram powder is easy. The only problem with wolfram powder is getting the wolfram bars. And at this point, I think I'm going to export wolfram bars and make wolfram powder on site, because wolfram powder, it has a very good ratio of input to output. And helium, again, you don't need a lot of it. So if you have one importer for helium from one deposit, it's probably going to take care of a lot of things. So the sulfuric acid factory is not bad, except you have to make the synthetic silicon. And the synthetic silicon then is used on every sulfuric acid instance, is used to make the hardening agent. And it's used on other stuff. Like, this is not the only use of synthetic silicon. Let's, as a matter of fact, take a look at it. So it's chemicals, it's electronics, the hardening agent, and the hardening agent needs the chemical, the sulfuric acid, which needs chemicals. So like synthetic thing going there again, and this thing does is not in the game. Chemicals, chemicals. I thought it was, yeah. Chemicals is limited, so it's essentially used on sulfuric acid. It's also used on the supermagnet, but mostly it's used on sulfuric acid. Mostly because sulfuric acid appears in a bunch of places repeatedly, nestedly and unnestedly. Power cells, that's just for that for the quest. I don't think power cells are used for anything at the moment. It's based on basic the printer. The printer you have on the habitat. So it's not made on the factory. It's made on the habitat. So it doesn't factor in, right? The synthetic silicon. But the electronics is used on the accumulator, on batteries. The other stuff is not in the game at the moment. Yeah, electronics is not that used actually. So let's kill the lens here. Synthetic silicon. Let's say I need to make, let's say I want to make 240 for export. So I'm gonna need the calcium powder. Like, it's 4 furnaces, then 4 furnaces for the calcium powder. I need to import helium. I really don't need a lot of it. Like, it's only half. So if I'm exporting 240, I'm importing 120. And then the ceramics, which is 1 for 1. And the ceramics needs the calcite sheets, though not a lot of it, like just half of it. Calcite sheets are cheap to produce, right? So from ceramics to calcium blocks, it's 4 to 1. And it only needs two buildings here, and then the wolfram powder, which needs a decent amount, but I'm not gonna say overly so. So buildings required. Let's ignore the ore excavators and smelters. And there's 7 of them, but let's ignore it. The main problem is 14 furnaces. The main problem to me, at least. 14 furnaces. And that's the smelter. Okay, I'm not seeing 14. Where is this 14 coming from? Oh, 4, 8. Okay, okay. 4, 8, 12, 14. I think in 3 groups of 4, that's not bad. Only 2 fabricators and then just import. I've been I've been doing stuff next to wolfram deposits because wolfram powder is much cheaper to produce on site, right? So to produce a 240 synthetic silicon, I only need 40 wolfram bars. And then I need 2 wolfram powder, 2 furnaces to turn it into wolfram powder. And it's you need a third, right? You need a third of the wolfram bars for the wolfram powder. And then it produces 90 per building. So it's super cheap. But what I've been thinking now is that, yeah, you might need. So one furnace produces 90 per minute, right? One cargo receiver can get over 300 with the V3 rails. And even though like it's only the amount of furnaces you need is low, and the fact that if you import just the wolfram bars, you need to import a lot less. Those wolfram powder furnaces, they bother me. Like they keep popping up everywhere, so it seems. So calcite sheets are even worse, right? No, it's only double. The wolfram powder is 3 times, calcite sheets just double from the bars. And of course, calcium is block, not bar, just because. It's still better to import wolfram powder than to export ceramics. And then the synthetic silicone also requires the ceramics for the calcium powder. It's 3 to 1 as well? Something wrong there. Let's see, it's for synthetic silicone. I'm thinking of exporting synthetic silicon and then just importing on the places so I don't have to make 14 furnaces and 2 fabricators for every 240 synthetic silicon I need elsewhere, right? So put these buildings in some place. Make it next to the calcium deposits because then you can make the ceramics and the synthetic silicon out of the same resources. And you can double dip and export ceramics. If something needs ceramics but not synthetic silicon, then you're up ahead. Like you can get, if you're right now you only need ceramic. It's used on the heat shields, on the inductor, and then on the superconductor, and the synthetic silicon. Heat shield is not in the game, so inductor, superconductor, and synthetic silicon, these are in the game, definitely. And using large quantities too, like 7 here. I'm not sure. I keep wanting to export the wolfram powder. And then I have like one deposit of wolfram. Just export wolfram powder. Wolfram plates are used in some places, but it's so hard. It's so rare for wolfram plates to be used. I'm actually surprised. What? Electronics needs wolfram bars? No, they don't. It must be okay. I'm confused. This does not make sense. But I was going to look at wolfram plates. The electromagnetic coil, the heat-resistant shields, the impeller, the reinforced housing. I think reinforced housing is not the titanium housing. I think it's something not in the game yet. And super magnet. And electromagnetic coil is used some places. I don't know. It just feels to me like the wolfram powder is used in a lot of things. Like I keep stumbling into it. Ceramics, chemicals, and the ammo. It's not a lot. It's definitely not a lot. I guess it's mostly like that the ceramics and the chemicals are repeatedly used, and the chemicals require synthetic silicon, right? So synthetic silicon requires ceramics, then chemicals require synthetic silicon, which requires ceramics, and all of them require wolfram powder. So I think like a cargo with the V3 rails, our cargo receiver can receive a lot, like over 300 per minute. And if I like have all the furnaces for the wolfram powder in one place, and then I just add cargo dispatchers for everyone that needs the wolfram powder, like that's a bunch of ugliness that I don't have elsewhere. And it allows me to make a synthetic silicon factory in a place that only has calcium. I import the helium cheaply, I import the wolfram powder. Like I can go to 480 here easily, right? So 240 helium, it's one source of helium. 204 for the wolfram powder. in terms of wolfram powder, it's even cheaper. Like, but regardless, 240, 240. That's two cargo receivers. Two. Instead of all of the buildings that go into making them, that's two. Well, cargo, not the helium. Helium is it's only distractor. If it's pressurized helium, or even worse, like if it's pressurized helium, it's bad. It's not that bad. Liquid helium, on the other hand, it's terrible. So go to a calcium deposit. I need 280 down here, 280 calcium ore per minute. That's slightly more than a pure source. So if I have 5 sources between 5 impures or combinations between, that adds up to 5, that's enough. Wolfram ore, yeah, it's very cheap. It will be very cheap to just import the wolfram ore. But I don't want to. Like, I don't want to have those 2 furnaces. I don't want to have those 2 furnaces there. It's actually, yeah, 3 furnaces, because you have to go up to 240. So these bases, they become smaller and more modular. So I go to a calcium place and I make calcium products, ceramics, um, ceramic synthetic silicone. Can you like look calcium powder, synthetic silicone glass, which also uses helium. So I'm importing helium. I can also make glass there, right? Glass takes helium and calcium powder. Um, like these are the products made out of calcium powder. Calcite sheets. The problem with calcite sheets is that when they're used, they are used in huge quantities, usually. Okay, for synthetic resin, because it's only ceramics and synthetic resin. Yeah, so calcium doesn't have a lot of uses. If I make ceramic, synthetic silicone, and glass, I need helium and calcium. And import wolfram powder. And that's the helium 3. Sorry, that's the calcium 3 right there. Get the resources, put furnaces to make calcium powder, put fabricators to make calcium sheets, make ceramics, make glass, make synthetic silicone. Done. And I have one such base. I have one such base, but I allowed it to become something else. Because I did not plan it as a dedicated base. And this is it. It's right here. And it's precisely the way I'm thinking of doing with calcium. I'm actually have been deviating from this. It is a lot of buildings to use fully these resources. Okay. Well, I think I have one normal quality, so this one is impure. There are 4 here, right? I believe there are 4. There's the second. Here. third. So then if I get this done, then suddenly it becomes much easier to, this is impure, to make other materials, because these, it's insane. 27 furnaces. These 27 furnaces and 4 fabricators becomes one building that imports synthetic silicon. Well, okay, this is double. Let's get to the reasonable number of 240, because 480 I will need 2 buildings. 14 furnaces and 2 fabricators. And then I reduce these furnaces a little bit on the calcium side, but importing the wolfram powder, which is inefficient, but this is impure as well. So 4 impure sources. So for each impure source, I have 1 smelter. Right. And the way I'm dividing this, I'm combining it in groups of 120, right? So 120 here and 120 on the other 2. And they have 2 destinations. These are both blocks. They have different priorities. This is high, this is low. Notice how it's the low one that is being used. The reason for that is that the high one is going to produce calcium powder. The low one is going to produce calcite sheets. And right now I need calcite sheets, but I don't need calcium powder. And perhaps that's because most of the base is out of power. Maybe it's just a matter of, yeah, what uses calcium powder is all out of power too. Glass, sometimes. So I did this so I could get make the most out of the
StarRupture is
resources,
in
right?
its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Okay, now this is starting to send blocks out to make powder. Not a lot of powder. Yeah, calcite sheets are used in such high numbers. This is this is the equivalent of 1 pure source of calcium, right? This is my factory to handle 1 pure source of calcium. 1. And I think I have the number of, okay, I think I have the number of furnaces incorrect. I have 12. So for every 60, I need only 20. It's 3 for 1. 3 for 1. So if I have 12, sorry, I have 4. That number is correct. So every 3 seconds, I need 1 resource. And those smelters, I have 4 smelters for 4 impure sources. they produce 60. So they produce 3 times as much. Which means if I have 4 smelters, I need 3 times as much furnaces, that is 12, to make use of it.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Okay, something just opened up. Like, the calcium powder was deadlocked here. Oh, it's still deadlocked. It's just like the last ones that are producing at the moment. Like, my output capacity here is terribly exceeded. 12 furnaces. Now, it's producing 240. Yeah. That's 3 to 1, so if I have 240 there, then I have 240 here. Right? No, because these are 60. The input is 20, but the output is 60 per minute. So 4 of them max out a V1 rail. 8 of them max out a V3 rail. I have 12. The equivalent of 3 V3 rails, or V2 rails, or 1 V2 rail and 1 V3 rail. And yeah, a V3 rail cannot handle that. Is this the only export? Yeah, it is. Okay, so I'm sending it somewhere, exporting calcium powder to landing to make a few things there. Not a lot, I guess, but a few things. Probably it's ceramics, I'm guessing. Like, there's not a lot that requires calcium powder. And I don't have ceramics here. I should have had ceramics here. Ah, no, it's for the ammo. I think it's for the ammo. I was looking at the database. Well, I guess that's just for ammo, so it doesn't get used a lot. Which means I can do this. Looking at what I did here, did on that side. Replicated on this side. So I have here and here. Let's go with that. stuff here that is blocked. Let's do this 3 times. Here. There should be one there that is stuck. Okay, you get everything. Almost fell there. Huh. Oh. I wasn't removing the right one. There. Okay, now there's no... They're still jamming because they are releasing from their buffers. Now you can see these two finished with their buffers, so now these are emptying their buffers. These two just finished emptying their buffers, and these had already finished emptying their buffers, okay? Or maybe they have their buffers full, but now that the production is divided in 2 sides, this is requesting less. Right, and what is this? This is glass. 20 per minute, so 6 of them, 120 per minute. But I'm also sending it there. Yeah, so this side is now getting a lot less than that side. Because now it's only 3 furnaces, where that side has 9. Right? Specifically this guy here. Come here. This guy here. Right, okay. Okay. So I still have one line here at the end. But it should be fine. I don't think it will jam. Right now it's getting a lot of it, but I think it will stabilize. I think it will stabilize because I need 2 powder every 3 seconds, so I need 40 per minute on each furnace. 40 per minute times 6, 240 per minute. So it's a V2 cable of inputs. Just a V2 cable there. Right now we should be filling this traffic is to fill this. These should be filled already? Well, okay. So this has to be filled first. And it should. don't have a lot of the inputs upgraded. For the heating, it shouldn't matter. Like, yeah, the calcium is all upgraded. The helium is half the throughput. So V2 should be plenty for helium. But the calcium on this side is... Oh no, this is the helium. Okay. This is the calcium. So this gives me 240 glass. It should be going up, yeah, 98 already. Okay. Nice that I'm using the request limit on this one. So if you must have seen that already, right? You had a bunch of stuff and you went to a fabricator or furnace or storage depot and dumped the stuff you had there. Even an orbital launcher. Next thing you know, there is a bunch of stuff stuck trying to get into that station and not able to because you dumped the stuff in there. And that stuff, like whatever it's producing, is not being used, so it's already full from the stuff you put, but it still requested more. That's because like everything here has like an intrinsic request limit, which by default it's 100 or 1000 depending on what it is stored. And emphasis on request limit. What you put inside was not requested. It doesn't enter the calculation. Like if it needs 400, like it's gonna request 400, even if it already has the 400. And limiting this allows me to put a little bit inside, well, up to 99 inside the station. Right. So 240 glass. On this side, this is where things get. This side is the ceramics. Okay. The ceramics require the calcite sheets. They produce 60 per second. I have 6. So that's 360, which is more than the V2 cables that it supported. It only uses 30 per minute of calcite sheets, so it only needs 180 per minute total, which means that cable can transfer it despite being a V1 or V2. It's just the speed. The rate continues the same. It's still gonna be full. It's still gonna be full. We're standing here. This is maxed out. Kind of. Like this is maxed out, so it's now sending that way for, I don't know, what do you do with ceramics? You make heat resistant shields with ceramics. Also make inductors. I think this is the inductor line. Pretty sure it's the inductor line. A heat shield, I keep confusing heat resistant whatever with heat shield. So no, forget heat shield. That's not in the game. So inductor, superconductor, synthetic silicon. I only make superconductors in one place, and this is not it. And then the synthetic silicon. And then the synthetic silicon. Ha! Synthetic silicon is the... I have a few materials where I didn't find where they're going to be produced. I just know they're being exported for landing, because on landing I see them being received. Like, this isn't exported. This is sending ceramics to landings, right? I don't know where synthetic silicon is being produced. Yeah, and this produces the applicator. And this is where it goes wrong. Like, okay, applicators need like a crap ton of tubes, right? For every one applicator, I need 8 tubes. An applicator is produced at 15 per second. So I need 120 tubes per second to produce 15 per second applicators. If I want 60 applicators per second, then I'm gonna need 4 times the number of tubes. I'm gonna need... Lost my track here. 120 times 4, 480. So this is seriously limited by the amount of tubes it gets. Right? Tubes coming here. I don't have enough tubes. Again, it's not the speed. Doesn't matter the speed. Well, it matters. It matters in the sense that it also indicates the throughput. The throughput here, I really should have finished upgrading these. Since this line is upgraded, I really should have upgraded. But the important part is, so this was V2. This is V3. It was not jammed here. Like there was no jam here, which means I just don't produce enough. How is that I had upgraded this, but I had not upgraded this? That's insane. Same thing here. Like I upgraded the last one, I didn't upgrade it once before. So part of the problem of this base is the fact that it makes applicators. Applicators need a ton of titanium. Like seriously, the one thing I really want, really want, is better factories. Okay, it's getting jammed here. Maybe it's not really getting jammed. only 2 factory, 4 of them. When we go there, you're gonna see that 4 of them are not enough. I think it's this line. There are 2 V2 lines. That's equivalent of the throughput of V3 line. So now that everything from here on is V3, I could theoretically max out a V3 line. 60 per second. So 4. Well, there's 8. Every 4 is 240. Not getting enough titanium rods for this production. This should be 480, so in theory it ought to do the job, right? Oh no, it's only 4. Sorry. 240. It's only 240. Like 120 on one side, 120 on the other. This is producing the rods, which is 30 per second. And the input is maxed out. So if I have every 2 seconds, so I need 30 RPM for inputs. I hate my life. Seriously? Seriously? Did I seriously not have one of the titanium rod fabricators online? Okay, so I have 2 smelters fitting this, right? Every smelter is fitting 2. The smelter produces 60. This guy requires 30. So 1 smelter for 2 fabricators. Perfect. This is producing 30. So 4 smelters, 120. These require 30. So 4 fabricators needs 120. Therefore, 4 fabricators here will do the job. In fact, since this is producing 30 and this is requiring 30, what I should have done is just go directly instead of doing that. Okay. The rods come all the way here and then they go all the way there. Yeah, I should have realized it's 1 for 1 and just sent the materials directly. And now it's at full speed. So produce 60, right? Because it sends to everyone. Here, 120 here, 240. Yeah. Just 240. That's just not enough. And it was even less because there was a fabricator that not only was not wired, it didn't even have the input selected. Ugh. So it does calcite sheets, it does calcium powder, it does glass, it does ceramics. It doesn't do synthetic silicon, which I find baffling. It's absolutely baffling. It even receives helium. It even receives helium. It has the calcium powder, it has the ceramics, it has the helium. It doesn't make synthetic silicon. How much helium does it need for 240 silicon? 120. Yeah, so just 120. Don't I need it for? Oh, I don't use glass on the synthetic silicon. Let's actually make the space here glass. Okay, I believe I have 240 glass. 12 furnaces. I do have that. So I have 240 glass. The amount of calcium ore required is 300 per minute. I have 240 per minute. So I cannot do full speeds here for glass and synthetic silicon. And never mind that I am also producing the applicators, which really should be next to the titanium factory because of the stupid volume it requires for applicators. You definitely should just import the ceramics. No, the glass, the glass. You made applicators with glass and tubes. So you definitely just should just import the ceramics. So the thing is that this amount of glass requires 480 calcium powder. And then I will need 240 additional ones. I do have 480 calcium powder. That's those furnaces. 8 furnaces, I have 12. I have more. I have 12 furnaces, right? Pretty sure I have 12 furnaces. This is a bad place to see it.
Necesito agua.
It's gonna be a 12. Yeah. By the slow pace of the input of the ore, I don't think it's even used the backup there. Oh, it might be using the backup. Like if the because the calcite sheets are also not being demanded in high numbers, so it will use the. If there is extra for the backup, it's gonna send stuff. But what I really wanted to see is the helium. So the glass is taking 240, so I'm actually using all the helium I'm receiving. if I were to make um, the synthetic silicon, I'll have to add another import, or maybe just export faster. I actually think I can get. I'd have to see how much exactly I can get. So I hate how the cargo dispatchers work. All right. So let's say I'm sending 480 per minute to the what's the name? Cargo dispatcher. So I'm sending 480 per minute, which means I'm sending 8 per second. Now, 100 divided by 8 is 12.5 seconds. So I spent 12.5 seconds plus this, the amount of time it takes for the first resource to get to dispatcher once it's finished sending, right? So there's nothing on the rail until you finish sending. Then it requests something. When the first resource arrive to the time the last resource arrive, that's going to be 12.5 seconds. But between it requesting the resource and the resource arriving, making the trip on the rail, there is some time there. I'm going to consider this to be gonna add half a second there. Let's round up 12. So let's say then I have 15, right? 13. 12.5 plus zero point 0.5 for this resource to arrive, 13. 13 plus 10 seconds, 23 seconds. So it takes 23 seconds to send 100 resources, which means it sends 100 resources per 23 seconds, 4.3 resources per second, multiplied by 60, 260. This is less than I had figured out last time. So 100 resources every 23 seconds. That's 10 seconds to send, 12.5 seconds to get all 100 at 480 per minute. No, 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 no. Okay. That's why I have the wrong number. I did something strange here in the computation. Or maybe this is correct and the last one was incorrect. Yeah. So the pure resource deposits send 8 every 2 seconds. That's 240. So to get to 480, I'll send 8 every second. So that's 12.5 seconds. Yeah, I when I last did this, I made a mistake. Okay. It takes 12.5 seconds to get 100. Then it takes 10 seconds to send it. And it takes a little bit of time, which I'm adding just half a second to get to for the resource to be requested start arriving. So 23 seconds to send 100. which means I'm sending 4.3 resources per second, which is 260. So one smelter, well, one cargo dispatcher, sorry, one cargo dispatcher can do 260. Let me see if let's ignore the lag, the delay time I mentioned. So if we just divided 100 by 22.5, which is the minimum amount of time, right? 4.4444, they multiply by 60, and I get 266. So like it's negligible. Now, if the distance it takes for the resource to arrive is big and it travels slowly, like on a V2 rail instead of V3, then that's gonna stop being negligible. So I'm going with 260. And 260 on using V3 rails, right? Let's be clear about that. If I used V4 rail or V2 rails, sorry, I'm still thinking about 360. So 360 cannot arrive with one cargo dispatcher. All right then. Once more into the breach, my friends. Let's check this for V2 rails. Okay, a V2 rail sends 4 resources per second, right? 2 every 2 seconds, 4 per second. So 100 divided by 4 is 25. That makes sense. So V3 takes 12.5, V2 takes double that time, 25, plus 10, right? So 35. Then if I divide 100 per 35 seconds, get 2.8 multiplied by 60, 171 without the delay, which is more significant with the V2. So maybe 160-ish for V2 rails, but that doesn't matter for us. What matters for us is that we cannot it produces almost everything, and yeah, it's a lot of furnaces and fabricators, etc. It's annoying to craft all of that. And I'm thirsty, which means there's gonna be a rupture soon. Let's drink because I hate this. I hate all of them complaining about food. Serpent. Okay. So our production. We have a whole thing here not doing anything. So this guy is feeding 2? Why am I doing this instead of taking from the side? This I do not understand. It shouldn't have this. Okay, whatever. So this goes to Prickler, which is the base we came from. This goes to Lakeville, which is the Calcium base. This goes to Landing. Now I'm gonna do something here. Not fit it here, so I'm required to fit it on the other side, which I cannot do because I'm receiving some resource here. Tubes for heavy ammo. Well, I can actually. Right. I just cannot right now because like the space is connecting with the rail, but the rail is not actually connecting with the... How is it that I'm always where I need to be? It's insane. Like, I should just look down and say, yeah, this is where I'm gonna build it. This has the... No, it doesn't. It's also colliding with this ammo line here. Try to redo it. The line is there. The rods line is there. And now I need to do a bit of trickery here. Place this guy here. I want to feed it. Yeah, I want to feed it like this because then I can send something to that side. Okay. This is restored. So the reason I did that is to ensure I can send. So I computed how much I could send to one cargo dispatcher on a V3 rail to get one. How long it took to send 100 resources there. So if I just, like, I had that one storage. Let's even ignore the other lines there. If let's say that thing is working at full speed then it needs an input at the same rate, right? 260. So if I'm sending things to two different cargo dispatchers at full speed, I would need 520, which is more than a V3 cable. So if I'm sending at full speed, this guy here, it would get exhausted. Like all of these resources will be consumed, and then it will start getting it from the previous ones. Now this is true. It's still true here. Okay, so yeah, here. So this guy here is being fed by two different lines. So this guy can be empty out, but then this would handle the load. On the other hand, now I have two different lines coming out of this, which means this guy won't be maxed out by sending one guy here, and neither will this, because it's being fed by a different 200, a different 408 line, a different V3 rail. One rail, two rails. Both of them are sending at 408. Right. And they're sending here the Lakeview helium receiver. Looks like that's going at full speed. And now I have two dispatchers sending to the same receiver, which means that receiver will receive 520 per minute. And it has two lines, so it can output more than 480 if I use the two lines. It's only using one line as far as I remember. But if it outputs 480, that satisfies my 316 helium resource requirement to produce both glass at 240 and synthetic silicon at 240. Now I don't have enough calcium for it. Right, it requires 300 calcium. I only have 240. Wolfram ore, it only requires 40 per minute. So, like, again, to craft both glass and synthetic silicon at 240, and they have ceramics in common. No, they don't. They don't. Okay, so that's why I was confusing things. So I'm gonna need to get wolfram. Well, I am making ceramics as well. I am making ceramics as well. I think I am making 240. I have to check it because I forgot. Like I checked that. I forgot. Let's make the let's make the what's the name? I don't have it here. I do. Base core amplifier. Ideally, I make it between these two so that both Both bases benefit from it. So there, it's not, it's further in that direction than this guy, right? This guy, yeah, here's the limit. So I can only go up to there, and I can only go to there. But that guy, no, it doesn't reach here. Oh, yeah, there's no overlap. There's no overlap. I'm gonna tuck it out of the way. Alright, and now I won't get overheated. So let's go there again. This is glass. This is ceramics. I have 6. Each one produces 60 per minute, so I produce a maximum of 240. 360. Which couldn't go through a V2 rail. How did I get that wrong? I don't understand. I only needed 4 of them. I have 6. Maybe I thought of how much I could produce with the input instead of the other way around. Glass at landing and at review. Fortunately, I didn't make glass there. Yeah. And then this can be maxed out with the 2 senders. It's no longer gonna be limited if I use it for synthetic silicon. Now, do I use it for synthetic silicon? On my notes, I'm exporting synthetic silicon to landing. Doesn't feel right to me. Make synthetic silicon, I need calcium. Like everything points to me making this at Easterly for export. Well, everything points me to make things at Easterly or landing, which is the bizarre part. So here I'm importing ceramics. Okay. I have this storage here, just so I know what it is importing. Goes here to this guy here. Ceramics go on line 2.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
And then ceramics go here. Which is making... No, that's not ceramics then. So we do see ceramics go out. These are the wires. Heat resistant shields, also not ceramics. Synthetic silicone, which is being imported. I'm confused. Something is using ceramics. And I'm importing it. I'm importing ceramics. I'm importing synthetic silicone. And there are a few things. Well, that's while that thing is going on, I've got to check here the ceramics database. So it's used to produce the synthetic silicone, the inductor, but that goes for a decent. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. A synthetic silicone inductor. So I'm using it for the inductor. The ceramics. I really should have more ammo than 183.
Let's see.
Let's deal with this. Actually, I'm gonna do this. All right, out of this. Yeah, it's outside. Damn it. Okay, let's drop the start tiers and such. So I have blow caps and grubblers. Unprovers. Yeah, because like this food I eat, that's pricklers and grubblers.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Is this one? Let's use Oxalops, this one. Max. Obviously it uses way more pricklers than grubbers. Like I have a decent amount, but that goes out fast if I'm producing the food. Okay, I have blow cap here. Yeah, I have some stuff here too that I don't really need to carry around all the time. But on the other hand, like there are no big places for me to explore at this point. It's just gonna be a few bodies here and there.
Useful information.
Okay. Just like that. $200 or 300 quartz gone? I think 200. These guys also don't have a lot of anymore. But I have 5. Yeah, 5 it's a lot. I'm gonna drop the 113 because I do have a request limit here. So I can put that there without causing issues.
Gotcha.
It's the 8 I want. Put those back because I have request limit here as well. And the shotgun is fine. I could do with more basic building material. That's not really a particularly good number. It has the request limit as well. So let's go with 5. So my inventory is like very full right now, but all right. Let's look at my notes again. Synthetic silicon requires calcium, helium, and ceramics. I have calcium and ceramics at that base. I'm not producing synthetic silicon. I am producing synthetic silicon somewhere. The doctors. The ceramic is going here on this line. Wire now. Ceramics there. So the ceramics is good. Which is at full speed because I got all of this. Reminds me,
Cargo received. Clever Robotics thanks you for a particularly speedy shipment.
I
Rewards
really
await you in the
wish I
terminal.
could find out
They
where
are
it is.
extremely impressed that,
coming from.
despite your fragile protein structure,
Oh, there it
you're
is.
able to be
Connected
so
Gardens Factory,
effective.
Easterly. Cool. So it is at Easterly. Like the base is already cramped, full of stuff. And I decided to export from there. Okay, there are 2 things I want to do. First, let's see if there is anything. Yeah, I don't think there is anything I can do right now. Then again, something just got finished. I might be able to do whatever comes next. Not Clever Robotics. Superconductor, I can do that. Interesting. I'm importing superconductor here, I think. Okay, it's saying it's unavailable. I think it's available actually. Not at these speeds. I make 40 per second, so this guy is 10 per second. I'm making 40. 4 of them would be maxed out by my input, if that input was going to be available on a full speed, which is not. That's gonna give me the extendable storage, and it's gonna be the end of line for Clever Robotics. Synthetic resin and the electromagnetic coil to produce the electromagnets, which is here. 12 per second. And I cannot even do that because I don't get enough synthetic resin. Lens are still being made. Like that's like this is all production. Okay. Let's see if I can find more ports. This is production. Oh! Oh, this is the pump. It's not the pump that I need, right? Because it looks like the stuff some of them need something that looks like a pump. No. Okay. So pump something that was needed and I already done that. Anyway, let's continue here. Importing the nozzle. This is production. It's gonna be production as well. These are the batteries. Yeah, this guy is set to low priority. It was mostly the electronics. Well, it was at first the inductor and then the inductor got okay, electronics started to cause issues. Full. This is full. And this is just finishing getting full. Interesting. It produces the next battery. It's ready 100%, but there is no space for it. So once it sends any battery, the first battery is not going to take 4 seconds. It's going to be there instantly. Interesting. I never noticed that. Here I'm importing sulfuric acid and inductors from my new inductor factory. Right, this is the nozzle.
Ruptura status stable. Arcadia status stable.
Okay, so I have some exporting here, but I also have this sneak import for the turbine, for the impeller. Seriously? I got the impeller. Oh no, it goes here. Stabilizer there, starter there, synthetic silicone port. The only way I can get rid, well, there are multiple ways I can get rid of this. So all of these guys are feeding, well, there is some usage here, but a lot of the jam is to feed. Where is it? the gem here from the titanium pieces is to get here to the storages. So I could get a read of the gem if I could use the triple rail. Okay. So this is the titanium line, titanium byproducts. Right? So here you can see that it's going two different directions. One is continuing forward, the other is going here. This is for... This is going there for whatever needs. Rods needed. So I can send some rods here if I'm making heavy ammo. Let's continue here. There's one more thing that's gonna use it. Oh, here it is. Okay, this here is splitting here. This guy is splitting here. And then after this, these are all inputs. Goes here, then goes there and there. These guys are tubes. Two of them producing 60 per second, 120 tubes per second. It's not bad. It's just everyone that needs it needs a ton more. Here I added a couple more titanium rod fabricators. These guys are getting pure ore from there. But not the pure ore, sorry, the titanium bars. And then I have the last importer, which is an importer for titanium bars. It doesn't say, but it's titanium bars. Well, there it is. And then I have here 2 titanium rods. And I have there 2 more titanium rods. And this still doesn't keep with the demand of titanium rods. Oh shit, I didn't realize, I didn't hear anything. Damn.
Warning. Inactive activity on nearby nodes.
Some of them got to the core. But the next wave is gonna come from there. Oh no. It's gonna spawn over the...
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
It's gonna spawn over the cave, and some of them are gonna get stuck in the cave, and then suppose I have to get close enough for them for the turrets to work.
Changing mags.
Warning. Increased activity of nearby monoliths. Area clear. The base has been protected.
Couldn't even get here. These turrets just wrecked them. That's 12 turrets. This is only one wave. Fortunately, none went into the cave here. This last time I got some in the cave, they got stuck there, so the next wave never appeared because the wave wasn't finished until you kill all the aliens. The wave doesn't start. I actually wanted to come here. Or not. No. Okay. Yes. I want to take a look at my lens production. I have it filling a V2 storage, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, look at this. It's a ton of furnaces producing the chemicals, and then a ton of furnaces producing synthetic silicons, right? Well, 3 furnaces producing the synthetic silicons. For each of them, I have 1 turret, 1 furnace producing ceramics. So 3 synthetic silicon, 3 ceramics. And then that requires the calcite sheets. So I have a bunch of fabricators producing calcite sheets. Now glass is not for the synthetic silicon, which is part of the rest of this chain. So let's say I remove these 6. And I'm gonna need calcite sheets for 2 things here, right? So the calcium powder is used here and here. And the calcite sheet, which is this one? No. I'm confused about what this line is. Calcite sheets there. And calcium powder. Yeah. The input line is calcium. Comes from that importer there. That's calcium. So should be calcium powder on calcite sheets. Maybe that's what's using it. Like this is using the calcite sheets, and this is using the calcium powder. It's 6 furnaces, 2 fabricators, 5 furnaces. It is used for other stuff. So it goes on this line here, which is the interior line. And it's not used for other stuff. Let's use it here and here. Is this base getting overheated? Because if it's getting overheated, then it's not getting overheated. My synthetic resin production it sucks. And I have 2 compounders here. Producing lens. And limited by the synthetic resin. The truth is, I should have only 1. It's just that I had like those 1600 synthetic resin extra. So I decided to add a second compounder. I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't have the capacity. And if I decide to add it back for whatever reason, everything is ready. Just have to add it. Of course, this guy here is finished with whoever wanted the lens. I think it was the health guys. And now it's trying to fill this. And because it's trying to fill this, everything else is slowed down. I think I need lens for to unlock something. Let's check. Let's check on my unlocks. It's depressing seeing how slow that thing is. I think I'm using synthetic resin for something else. So that thing is not getting even its full quota. Like it should receive 40 per second. And that would be how much it produces. Okay. Now I need the resonator. Oh, 200 lens here for the laser emitter. I still need the resonator. I can craft it, but I haven't yet. And the other one are the electromagnets, 500. Did I not have 500 there? So this factory here, like all of those things there, all these cargo receivers, this stuff here, this stuff here, this stuff here, these refineries here, and these furnaces here, were intended to produce 80 resin per minute. That's why this is here. As a matter of fact, I maxed out. Like I can export that. I am exporting that. No, I'm not exporting it. I could export that. So this guy is receiving glass. It's full. Dispatcher. Dispatcher, which is slowly filling the synthetic resin. Every so often, it's sending 10. Like I
Great.
made it so it sent 10. There it is. It's already done, right? plus on the one I destroyed. Had 2 plus something. Lance RPH. We saw that. We saw looked at what it takes to make 12 lens per second. The fact that I cannot even get that because I don't have enough synthetic resin kind of sucks. Like it really sucks. Okay, so this guy is also exporting synthetic resin. Okay, these refineries are for pressurized helium, which is just pure sulfur ore on pure helium. And on top of that, it's 30 RPM. It's 1 for 1, but it's 30 RPM. So if you have 1 deposit of each, that's 240, which means 480 RPM are being you can produce out of it. This is the sulfuric acid, which is not producing at full speed because the chemicals are being used for something. I think I'm making enough chemicals. Yeah, I see chemicals coming here. Yep. Chemicals are producing these super magnets. You see there is none here. This is filling up. Okay, this is filling up. But it's also being used. This is maxed out, so that's fine. The electromagnetic coil that I'm exporting. I'm surprised plates is so low here. It's better. Oh, here comes the plates. Yeah, so chemicals I'm using for plates are being shared by these. And this is also using the sulfuric acid. Doesn't get enough. I added that here because all the ingredients are produced here. I'm out of wolfram powder? Okay, rate 30 RPM. 30 RPM times 2, so it produces 60 per minute. 30 RPM times 3, it uses 90 per minute. Which means this line here is not providing 90 per minute. It comes from that. No, sorry, not 90 per minute at all. It needs, one needs 90 per minute. I have 4, so I actually need 360. Which these two will not provide at all. This provides 180. It provides half the amount I need there. Is that the one where divided here? It's here, right? Yes. It's a single line.
Necesito agua.
I have a bunch of wolfram powder being produced here, but ceramics against ceramics. They are being produced at full speed here, and even more. So this guy here, which comes from these two, this has. But I think I have two that are not producing anything at all. Okay, this is being sent here to these two. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. So I wanted to split what is sending materials here, right? Some of them receiving the stuff from up there to resolve, and some of them receiving the stuff from here. So what do? I break the line, so it's not 4 being served by 1, and I add this to the line. I have 4 furnaces here. 3 inputs. I have 4 furnaces here with 3 inputs. I broke the wrong one. So, yeah. I'm not getting this full speed here because I don't have the ceramics, so I'm not producing enough synthetic silicone of all things. Okay, I cannot go through here because I cannot build here. I have a line crossing there. I might be able to finish this. Okay, let me destroy this for now. And I'm also gonna come here and break this line. Let's go there. Unjam it. These guys are not going to receive anything more, so let's just stop that there. Wolfram powder is here. I have to get here. I can even invert this line. Let's try to get there. Let's try to come here-ish. Slightly high. just very slightly high because of this walkway here. Here. And then I gotta go do something that I haven't really done. I have one place where I do this. And it's 3 blocks, right? One, the lower one, and then a high one. Why is it giving me so much trouble here? So what I'm gonna do here is actually remove these two. Build an counter. Right. So it goes here. To this one, and this one goes here. And this guy is gonna come. Okay, good. Split in the middle. Feed here. Production starts. Having this at ground level, I saw people talking. You place two storage, and you make a loop between them, right? So one sends to the other and the other sends back. What happens is that they keep sending stuff to each other. If you combine that with having putting them at ground level, so it's easy to get on, you could really have at for V3, that's really speedy. You could travel really fast. Anyway, now all of them should be producing at full speed. They're receiving exactly the amount they need. 180. Now these guys have a lot more because it was buffered, right? And these guys have less because they were starved, because they were receiving half the output they needed. And now we have chemicals being produced here and here, and being joined here. So 60 per second. Yeah, so it's 240, and it would fit a V2 line, but when they like combine, there's a jam. If you combine all the way up to 240, which makes it slightly less than 240. Now, if I put here, then there is no jam. Now, I'm receiving 240 per second, and I'm not storing anything, which means whoever needed 240 per second, which is going to be the refineries producing sulfuric acid, was not getting it. So something comes. possibly due to the zigzag these things need. The synthetic silicon on the exporter for the synthetic silicon. So, I mean, I can upgrade these, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that I need 240 per second. Definitely producing 240 per second. I'm really surprised I'm not getting 240 per second. So what this is doing is when this guy makes a request, because you saw how it's like at the very edge. So when this guy makes a request, or that guy makes a request, it's gonna be satisfied by this guy, which is right here, instead of being satisfied by that guy, which is all the way there. All the way there. Where's the synthetic silicon? It's coming from here. These four guys are making synthetic silicon. So 240 per minute here. It's exactly what I want to do, except that's in the wrong place. Here we have helium and don't have calcium. Well, the calcium is being imported, but My idea is to make it at the Gaussian site, import helium and export it. Okay. This is full. And this is full. Now these, of course, are gonna start receiving from the. See how I'm receiving at full speed and not sending at full speed? That's weird. Oh, I know why. Because my requests are 240 per minute. Each of these machines, refineries, requests 120 per minute. And I actually got to the point where the sulfur ore is impacting my production. Despite the fact that, again, they're dedicated sulfur sources. Sulfur is now going up. Funny that 240 per second. Oh, it needs 2 every half second. So yeah, it needs 240 per second. So this lightest delay gets it to wait. Okay, these guys are now empty, right? Yeah. And we're receiving at 240 per second. So that number is gonna go down. It's already going down.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
I want to see if I can actually that's why it was slow. It's bugged. It's a stupid 3 rail thing. How everyone is on the same line. I should be receiving 3 different lines. I'm receiving 1. I already replaced the triple rails I used for the wolf run because they're bugged. I thought so. That's why the production here is so slow. Like, sure, the pressurized helium is not being produced at full speed. That's fine.
StarRupture's eruption has started. Prepare
So
for impact.
that's a very slow rate on that one actually. But the sulfuric acid requires 400 per minute.
Extreme temperature detected.
With the pressurized helium requiring sun, that means we need to receive over 480 per minute. We need to receive over 480 per minute, and we are receiving 240, less than 240 because the jam of the triple rail when they jump rails. This is so upsetting. I'm better off with cargos. Put a cargo there, put a cargo here. That's it. Saw that the cargo with the V3 rail, if I was still at the V2 rail, I would need more than one cargo. With the V3 rail, we can send 260. I need 240. I'm done. That's it.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Okay. Can I cover any of the... I don't even know where it is. It's probably all over the place. The red fern. Under some circumstances you can cover them after rupture. I don't know what these circumstances are exactly. I will most likely replace the stuff with exporters. If doing this fixes the problem, for now, until the next time there's a problem, that's okay. So here I have 3 lines, but because they're coming from different places. Then here I had only 1 line. So these 3 guys are jumping to the same line. Now it's fixed at least up to here. The issue being I bet it's gonna come in 1 line when it arrives here. One line. It was 3 lines on one side, now it's 1 line. Oh, one of the lines was upgraded? Now we are not receiving anything because it's stuck. And it's stuck. See, I'm even gonna get close there because this has to be seen to be believed. It's all red fern all over. Right, 3 different lines. Going to 3 different lines and somehow they get all on the same line. Okay, for now it's fixed. So at the moment I'm not gonna replace with the cargo dispatchers. And really the only reason I'm not replacing it right now is because I don't know where I'm gonna put this cargo receivers. And it's probably gonna require upgrade the... Yeah, see, 2 lines at full speed and one with a little bit more. I don't know where to put the 480. Just a second. Okay, I thought I saw one of them jump lines. Why can't this just work? Ugh. I have to be here. I'm not too concerned about the heat, and now that I saw how much it is, how much I'm capable. Ah, come on. It's not there. There is a ground on top of it. Okay, it's 4x4, right? Yeah. Oh, here's fine. What are you talking about? Is it just that raw? I'm surprised this one in particular, well, these two, okay, are having issues. I need to know where the pillars must go. Then I can cover the rest with this. That will go there, which is not bad. Seriously, I have these pieces of sheet here. $250 a piece. Okay, I need the 3 of them, so I need at least 2 of these, which is kind of amazing, honestly. That's not. That's more than enough. It uses my precious quartz-based materials, but it's also going to kind of get in the way of replacing these lines with lines from these guys. I don't even need to send from there.
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Never before it caused this sort of issues. Huh. It's stable. So the buffer that was accumulated was enough to fill them a bit. And now I'm finally producing sulfuric acid at full speed again. Which means that I'm finally producing synthetic resin at the rate I can produce, which is not a good rate. I have 2 of these guys. They require 4 every 3 seconds. So every minute they require 80. That should be 160. Oh, there's something. Some are being exported.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
And some are being sent to make the super magnets. So yeah. Right? It's almost at full speed, honestly. Where's the export? So I'm sending to landing. I'm sharing it, right? Landing and review. And I'm sending as soon as I get 10, I send. He still hasn't received anything. That is slow. more sulfuric acid here. I need to leave the sulfuric acid exclusive to these guys. Now, hopefully with the restored speed for the sulfuric acid, this has to be to as well. This is getting full. And it does need to send some here. Which exports to landing. It's actually gonna get full here. And this is taking a while to ask for more. Right? So it has 10. You can send it right now. But the other side is full. I think I'm gonna remove the package size here because this is actually producing a proper rate. But these guys are now backing up. Which will allow this to get full. Once that gets full, this will start to fill up. And once this gets filled up, these guys will start to receive their full share. As long as that continues.
Interesting. Useful information.
It's boring as hell. This is landing. Resonator takes accumulators, liquid helium, and generators. Accumulators and generators are being produced on landing. I'll have to export the liquid helium from here. Let's check if liquid helium is being exported somewhere, just accumulated. Liquid helium is not made here, okay. This guy makes the pressurized helium and then exports it. Okay. I could probably build this at ground level now. Helium. Which I like because helium has space to place stuff. Tubes which are required to produce. Oh, this is the nanofiber. Okay, liquid helium is here. Yeah, I can place an export here. Like, move this guy to the side so that I get extra space here. Right. Here maybe. This wasn't that bad. I'm curious about what is happening with the liquid helium. Oh, that's the normal helium. Oh, no. Okay, liquid helium, where are you? Oh no, that's just helium. Sorry, that's just helium. Liquid helium is right here. And it's not actually being used for anything. Well, yes, it is being used. It's being used here to make the bonfire. 12 per second with 5. 60 helium per second, liquid helium per second required. Landing. So if I get some sulfuric acid on, I ascend to helium, no, easterly, I can get the supermagnet production up. But an alternative would be to take the production of supermagnets and the... what is made with supermagnets? The electromagnetic coil. Take the production from there. This guy comes from... no, not the storage. These guys come from... cargo dispatcher. Okay, I did not put the name there. Which I find very upsetting right now. There's a reason why I put a name on everything. I don't want to make this thing here because everything else, like the accumulator is here. This is the pressure tank. Okay, the generator is on this line, fine. But I'll have to do some pretty ugliness to get this guy. I don't get enough synthetic resin to do anything really. So I really need another platform. It's just that, honestly, it's time to go down. And I kind of don't want to. Come on, stop doing that. Oh, I know what's happening. Well, now I realize what's happening. I was at the limit of the at the edge of the. Damn it! Lost the heights block. I hate when that happens. Was at the edge of the drone, so every now and then I would try to move, and it wouldn't move like I expected. So to me, the only real question is, do I keep that height or I add another one? Because going forward, I think that height, well, here it would have slight problems. Let me remove these two pillars. So at this height, which is locked, I cannot get here, but everything else is fine. It's lower than this height, but it's not that much lower. The nice thing about locking this height is that it will always go on top of a pillar, because otherwise it's unstable, not stable. Yeah, it's more than one pillar lower. Interesting. Okay, this is just a fire break, so it doesn't count. Extra space does. Okay, 4 is enough as long as I put extra space forward, behind and forward. Like this, for example. Two spaces behind. Here, 2 spaces forward. I'm gonna go one more roll here. I do not intend to create this edge, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But if I do anything to the side, I have to do on both sides. Because what I want here is to have an odd number of pillars. So that this is the very center. One, two, three. Let's see if all of this. Okay, so this guy here is feeding the rail. This guy here is feeding a rail as well. And it's also sending this direction. Which then goes back and feed this guy here. I'm gonna like remove this guy from here. This is the one that is not feeding the rail. I'm looking at this and I either align there or align here. Yeah, that looks strange. Put it here, which would be on the same line as that one. So, in theory, I should have this guy here. This guy is at ground level. This will work. Alright, everything is going forward. Oh, no. It has to go forward. Simple as that. Ah. There. Do that. How did that happen? I had something here and it replaced it with something I do not want. And now it would connect there. There. And there. Just nicely centered. And it turns on the power there. I might have done better by not adding the power for now. Actually, so this here is the walking line. Then what if this is just a little bit too hard? I think this is it. And I realize the walking line makes this not centered. So from now on, I'm gonna add a walking line on both sides. There. The big pipeline continues. And then I'm gonna send some rails through this to the side to go back and feed whatever. Not. I'm gonna just remove those orbital launchers. Oh, speaking of which, I have unlocked right? Pretty sure I have unlocked the clever robotics, which surprised me, honestly. Oh, not too steep. Yeah, it's done. So now I have the multi-storage. Holds up to 2,500 units. I can store different things. Oops. That was unfortunate. This is gonna require some jumping, but I can jump, so that's fine. Right, I'm gonna go out here to the side. Just that? Interesting. So the priority is always low. I think this is a sync. Because of the description, store excess items that can't be sent anywhere else. So what I think this does, and I might be completely wrong, is that when you change something, stuff end up in the rails without a path to go. If this guy is on that rail line,
Necesito
it will go
agua.
to this guy. So this guy will capture anything that is jamming your Give me your rails because its destination doesn't want it anymore. Besides that, it does hold 2500 and has the same size as a V2. So you can also use it as a better V2. Well, bigger size V2. Alright, so I'm gonna save this line here. Okay, that works. Right. How is it that none of my turrets are doing anything? I fought some turret sets. I don't actually have a turret here. Right. I don't expect to get much trouble here. So I'm gonna place a couple of turrets. Old turrets. They take less space. And they should be able to handle like one-off cases like this. Alright, let's get back to work. I don't like these guys at the very edge. Like one bit. But I cannot place anything. I can? Okay, I can. Right. walkway on both sides. My throughput cannot handle 2 machines, so shouldn't really matter. And the heat level has greatly exceeded. It's time to upgrade a second time. Like I could like place 2 of these. Gonna place 2 of these guys right for now, so I don't get overheated. But it's time to upgrade this guy. This rails. I'm using the V2s for this because they take so long to produce. But I really want to make a backlog of them if I happen not to be using them at the moment. Right. What do I do here? For example, the electromagnets. For example, the resonator. Now, unavailable items, liquid helium specifically. Now I gotta come here. Yeah, I gotta destroy everything. Yeah, this is just getting back to the orbital launchers. This is no longer a thing. I'm gonna keep that one there because I might want to send items
Ruptura
back,
activity detected.
not to the
I
orbital
recommend
launcher,
finding a safe place.
but to my base. At the moment, there isn't any that fits that description, but that's the general idea. These guys go all the way back. This one isn't because this receiver got in the way, so it have to like loop around here to get there. Not needed at the moment, so no, I'm still sending this. I'm importing it and sending it now. Oh, this is different. This shouldn't be this. Right.
Raptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately. Warning. The planet is being incinerated.
It clearly has issues with my disk. Because the autosave has that issue where it completely lags the thing. No, it didn't receive anything, so the exporter superconductor wasn't actually getting there, so that's fine. That is fine.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Okay. Yes, we shouldn't be this, but since it is. Oh, no. It's bugged. Oh, by bugged I mean it's... The orbital launchers prevented these guys from doing their jobs. Here's correct, for example. So you see that this guy is not connected to anything but the line, because these guys are walkways and perpendicular. Right, so this guy is connected here, but it's not connected to this side. This guy is connected to this walkway, but this walkway isn't connected to the side. Shouldn't be. It's not connected to the side. Okay. This is receiving the synthetic resin, but it's not actually feeding anything. I already have one feeding the middle lines. How far I am from upgrading this this guy here. Oops. Choose level. Level 3. I haven't put anything in it yet. $600 electronics, 600 synthetic, 2700 ceramics. It's not a V2. I'm gonna change this. It's gotta be a V2. I'm really surprised because I've started like. I've been going here. It's not going to be used, so I don't mind it. Now these guys can be V1, they're just buffers for the... That's better than this. That tells me where it is. That's that. So I do need to import pressurized helium. And I do need to... Oh yes. First, let's do this. Fairly arbitrary there. I think it's this. It's actually the other one. pushing it a little bit there, but it's kind of ugly, this. I wish there was a better way of doing it. But these guys have to receive stuff. These guys have to send. At most I can get rid of this guy here. Because it's not receiving anything, so it's free. Then I come here and I do this is actually for that matter, this one could also go directly there, because there's nothing on this side. Gonna leave it at this for now. Okay, I do need more. Yeah, that's the height.
Raptura status stable. Arcadia status stable.
Please, yeah, place another one there. I think this is enough. I don't know how far in this direction I have to take it. I definitely need to take it more than that. Here. Come on. Right. Okay, I think this is enough. Here, here, She works on the one side but not the other. Okay, now I can walk over there, but these platforms are not connected as far as power goes. Let's split the difference and put it in the middle. This is in the wrong place actually, but I'll deal with it later. No, not that. So I need this line to come in this direction. I'm gonna remove these guys. Gonna have to shiny those. Maybe not. I mean, it's already stopped here. Definitely have to do the same thing. This is a pure one, so I cannot leave it there. That's fine. Just want to make sure I'm not gonna fall. Oh, I forgot. I have Y fixed, and that causes issue when putting down walkers. This side is still without power. Oh. right? Alright. So that's one thing. For the second. Let's try this out first. This. Let's see if I can get. No, that's not the one. Well, yes. That's the one because I want to test it. So this is it stores everything, right? But I'm using it for its size, not for its capability of storing everything. So I actually need to restrict what it's going to store. Let's see, no. To another level. Because I only recalled the multi-storage and then the extendable storage at the end of the robotics line. I got the multi-storage. There is still the extendable storage to come, and there is something else that I don't know what is. $600 synthetic silicon, 600 electronics, 2700. Synthetic silicon electronics. Let's do that. Well, I can do this here first. So I'm gonna say this is gonna be synthetic silicon. That's 400. Then if I limit the request size to 50, for example. All of them. It's easier to limit to 1-on-1 and then put a request limit. I just have 2 extra, right? Or for that matter, like keep 100 here, decrease this to 98, and then plus put 1-on-1. then it's one less you have to do, but and I don't want to like keep it 100, 100, 1, 1 because I want exact stacks for this. So here it's gonna be electronics and it's gonna be the same thing. We'll do it the other way, just for the fun of it. Right, so electronics, and then let's limit this to 98. And then these are 1. So this one is hard to do, the other two are easy, and we don't have to do this. Now let's go look at the last thing it needs. Is it ceramics? It is ceramics, 2700. Okay, so this is ceramics. This have 2500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2500. It has no select item. So 2700. Yeah, I'm gonna limit here. So this needs to be 200, so 98 here. And 1. And 1. Okay. And now, just a couple things left. So it goes from here to here. I was thinking of putting a multi-storage here, but then it will fill up with junk, I think. And clog everything. Alright. Now, I believe I'm importing super magnets. Because I believe these guys use it. No, they don't. So I don't import super magnets. I don't know, maybe I export them there. But I think I'm gonna need super magnet for something else. These are just buffers. Yeah, I think I kind of want to. Put this one on the top line, and then I'm gonna place it here because it's easier setup again. So this is here is, and then liquid here. So everything should be fine now. There is one thing that is very much not fine. Oh, I got it already? Cool. Okay, one thing not fine is that I did not receive the electronics. I'm gonna set these priorities to high because
Oh, nice.
this is to upgrade the core. So if I need it, I need it now. Yeah, sure, put it there. Now let's check if this has electronics available. Available electronics. So electronics are available. They should get sent. Is this the electronics that's going by? Yes, okay. Let's get into the electronics now. I have space for one more receiver here. There's not much else that I need to. Okay, one is helium. The liquid is helium. It's this one here. Liquid helium, and this is helium, liquid dispatcher. Not exactly fast production. Thought it was taking too long to send. This is not going to be fun, I think. Right, so this is the super magnet. Stu hasn't filled this. This thing should have been here. Should have placed one before. No, actually, it is in the right place for this sort of setup. It's just what really that. Okay. It is what it is. Let's handle it. That's a good start. something used here. Interesting. For an interesting reason. Okay. I suppose I could import stuff, right? I have plates and inductors at that at that base. It's just to use super magnets there. And here I'm importing the inductors. So I'm importing the inductors from there and using here. What if I export the pressurized helium and the supermagnet? Because supermagnet I'm already gonna export. It's fine-ish, except that this uses a ton of wolfram plates. So I already spent a lot of effort getting the wolfram plates for this guy. Right. Don't want to get too high and then get all the troubles. I do need to export this really. Oh, I could just turn here. That would have been much better. Then I can place a cargo dispatcher here. Just one block back. Close here. I get one of these guys here. Even here, because then if I need more, I can send in that direction. You two go. Saw how that last one was faster? And it's not faster in the circle getting filled. It was faster after it filled. The previous ones all has that slight delay. So that last one, it was out of power. It stopped being connected. It is the power distribution that makes this stuff slower. You can even send pressurized. Or put one right beside it and send this pressurized helium. But no. Helium. set these guys back, so it's still gonna be like it's still gonna be shortchanged on chemicals and sulfuric acid. So that is the supermagnet. Gets this slowed down, which means the synthetic resin gets slowed down, which slows down the lens, also slows down something I make on landing. I don't remember what. Should I even go to landing, honestly? That thing is landing just at this point. This is the okay. So this is Lakeview base core, right? This base, Lakeview, and it's covered by this. There is that one that covers a little bit on the edge there, but most of this is this guy here. And the closest buildings to it
Necesito agua.
are these landing buildings.
Mmm, tasty.
All right. Yeah, so this really only gets resources that are extra, so to speak. Which is interesting in its own way. But let's get the other thing here then. Actually gonna remove these two here. Rebuild this V1 here. This is a bit... It's more weird than I expected. It could be better, like... Yeah, let's make it better. I need 2,700 ceramics. $1,600 plus 400, that's 2,000. 2,000. I use one and limit to 700? Or do I use 3? That's 400 each, so I only really need to use 2. Yeah, I think I prefer this. I think I prefer this. And then on this last one, put the ceramics. On the last one, I put the request limit. 9 and 1. So that's gonna put 300. I think my count is correct. Next, I want to use this guy. I'm gonna switch it to 4 to keep my alignment. Now, this should capture any resources that don't have anywhere else to go. This is all being exported from that base, by the way. Ceramics being exported there. I do have this, which was made for the same purpose, but this is where it used to be. Base core, and move it here to get, like, to cover the split it, cover the gap there. Oh, I want to go exactly here. Insert D1600. Let's grab this, this, and this. Because there's gonna be an eruption soon, and I'm overheated. Right.
I can use that.
It's too short. Okay, so I had not finished that. I'm gonna put this 7 back. I need 100 more. And because there is a request limit there, I'm putting the 7 back. It's not cause issues, except 7 extra there at most. Well, I'm here already. So the multi-storage is the sink. Okay. I mean, it's not a sink because it doesn't destroy the stuff, but it's what clears the rails. Something people want from the start of the game, and it's pretty much end of EA content. Okay, I have enough.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity.
Damn it.
Prepare for a wave.
Damn it. Might just answer the question of what happens when you upgrade right before a wave. Okay, this and this. Electronics not here. Oh, right. Come on. So what about the ceramic?
That's just what I need.
400. I should have done that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aside from electronics, it's gonna be finished. Not gonna help. Oh, that's rude. I must have gotten an incomplete. Don't you dare! Don't you dare get stuck there.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Yeah. Have plenty of time.
Extreme temperature detected.
You need 100 electronics and I don't know. Less than 100 ceramics. We got so close. Oh. Okay, this is not happening yet. But I have to figure out why. So Clever Robotics is asking for... That's only 13? But there was a 14 on the thing. It's asking for superconductor, which I'm importing.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
The expendable storage, by the way, would be perfect for what I'm doing there. Yeah, this guy here is not gonna get back to normal. This side is outside that door. Some stuff working. Fortunately, that includes this guy here. Let's get 100. not even insert the 100 here because it's rated. Now, did I get the electronics before everything? Let the stuff get in. Because I need the aliens to spawn as far there as possible. Wait a second. Ooh. Okay, that changes things.
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
No kidding. Oh shit. Some of them are up there doing bad stuff. Use this. Oh, this is the core. Okay. Oh, it's much further away from the core than I am. Look around here. Oh, and I don't have power on this side, so turrets are gonna be. Oh, this turret has spawned. Okay, it did attack. Yeah, looks like everything that was.
Changing mags.
That direction.
Warning.
Oh, there are bodies here.
Monolith activity detected.
Yeah, that last one, it's going to be all there. The last time I went there, I got so far away from my.
signatures detected.
This doesn't even give anything. These small bags. Like no drops. It wouldn't be so bad if I had not confused which from where the base was being attacked. Probably more up there. I need a fast travel here. Problem is that this side of that base core is the canyon. This is a lake. Alright. So these guys did work. Not that one. That one is lazy about. I could have used one more, maybe here, maybe there. This guy fired. This guy fired. This did not fire. Because it was overheated. It will be in a position to fire. Okay, now I have to figure out why I'm not getting super magnets. Why did it get rotors? Okay, I'm confused now. It's obviously not requesting
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
by mistake. Right, so this has everything it needs to go to level 3. But before I do that, I want to figure out what's going on with the super magnets. These are super magnets. They go here. guys goes here. They go down here. They continue in this direction. Get here. They get sent here. They join here. And arrive here where they can go in either direction. Oh, it's superconductor, not supermagnets. Ugh. Whatever. I didn't want to complete power robotics anyway. They're boring. I'm gonna get 200 because I know I need it.
Oh, nice.
I don't think I need 600.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
However, I can always bring the excess back. It's not like that thing is gonna get filled. Okay. For the assembler, I'm unlocking the condenser. I'm gonna need to put something. So electromagnet and resonator being done. Condenser. Resonator. So I need more of the resonator. But I think there is only 200 and change. So the laser emitter can be unlocked. The scanner cannot because it needs a laser emitter. This is gonna be a pain. Lens, electromagnetic coil, resonator, which requires liquid helium accumulator and generator. Generator requiring turbine, nozzle, batteries. Battery requiring a bunch of stuff as well. Yeah. Lens, electromagnetic coil, and the resonator. This is still locked, so I'm still not going to put those points there. Injector. This is the mega press, right? No, compounder. Ugh. Super magnets, electromagnets, ceramics. It doesn't look bad, but I bet it's terrible. I bet it's terrible. Okay, 200 more resonators and we unlock the laser emitter. There, now I can make this superconductor. Upgrade advantage. Is it these guys I have access of? Yes. It's gonna be terrible. I'm not even gonna look at what's that gonna require. That's for another day. We're gonna finish this day with this guy here. Not there. Please. Like, there's another one there. Damn it, I said not there. I keep spawning there now. I don't like that location. At least I didn't move in the direction of the other.
Warning. Increased activity of nearby monsters.
How to save the worst possible moment. Ugh. There's a bunch that got them.
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
Let's see if we can go there. No? Actually, I say, I'm always sure to say the answer is hell no.
The infection has reached the base core.
Yeah, see, if I get away from the base core, it starts losing integrity. So I cannot go there. Even know which base core lost. In theory, it should be that one, right? There's no ammo going there. They want me to approach there. Which will then decrease the core integrity. Come on. Okay, they must have spawned now. Let's go back. Safeguard core integrity. Right, no ammo is being sent. Oh, that's because those things got infected. So the cloud went away. Oh, okay, the infection stopped and now the ammo is being sent. This guy has a little bit of infection. Someone got here. I heard the guy. I was all the way there.
Reloading.
Oh, there's
Easy,
stupid.
WP, GG.
There was a flinger there firing. Turrets are getting close to being infected. One of them is recovering, one is completely infected there. Looks like the one below it is also completely infected. Okay, these two recovered. This is recovering, and I think these two are completely infected. No! The center one now has recovered, so that one is completely infected. And I cannot go there. Alright, the center one has now recovered.
Area clear.
Ah,
The
finally.
base has been protected.
One bug stuck somewhere, preventing the wave from finishing. Okay, these guys got infected. Like, one of them got infected, downright infected. The base core has cleared it, but... That base is safe. Wow! That's why it was taking so long. It was a bunch of spitters, right? Spitters. That one was finger. They must have like do the stuff they do, like go back and forth. And making the work of the turrets difficult. Anything here? No. They didn't spawn though. They must have spawned in this region. Another here. Yeah, they came after the turrets, which is why I came here for artifacts. Should by rights be here somewhere. I really hope I stop getting these hordes there. That's causing serious issues for me. Alright, so we have the upgrade done. We have now some protection. Some extra protection. Assembler is producing the resonator. I needed 100 more resonator. Why wasn't there?
Ha!
That's it. Yeah, synthetic resin. That's mine. Yeah, this is. Okay. I have now capacity to. So we you're gonna stop here for today. Let's just check if I can unlock one more thing. Pretty sure I can. I might have not brought enough resources, but I think I can. Alright. Give them 100 more. Was there 100 more? No, there was not 100 more, so yeah. Alright, let's use the analyzing station to clear our inventory a little bit. And this is all for today.